Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Paragould High School, where tonight our Lady Rams host the Batesville Lady Pioneers. At this time, would you please stand and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Hey, just a note of housekeeping. All parents of our senior athletes, both women and guys tonight, we need you to show up at the field house about 10 minutes from the end of the ladies' contest. Again, with about 10 minutes left to go at the end of the ladies' contest, we need you to line up at the field house, please. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the campus of Paragould High School. You just heard Brian Osborne with some instructions for the crowd, and welcome to Senior Day, and we'll have Brian with the starters.
Number 34, Jennifer Batten Figueroa. Number 5, Ashley Delton. Number 1, Ezel Garcia. Number 9, Kelsey Goodson. Number 30, Brianna Membrano. Number 7, Anna Posada. The Lady Rams are coached by Jason Inman and Laura Lovell.
All right, we are just about ready to get underway with this afternoon's contest, 5A East matchup between our Paragould Lady Rams and the Batesville Lady Pioneers. This is the final regular season game, I believe, for the Lady Rams and final home game, and we'll have the senior boys contest to follow. And the senior boys have earned a berth in next week's state tournament, which will be held down in Hot Springs at Hot Springs Lakeside High School. So Batesville, who historically has a really strong soccer program, watched their junior varsity in the first contest, and very well schooled and really good soccer team. Expect the same from the girls, and the boys for Batesville are in the top 3 in the league. I believe we're going to have a sort of a ceremonial opening kickoff, as I think one of the Paragould Lady Rams, who has suffered an injury, will initiate the game today in sort of a initial kickoff. And that was number 27 for Paragould, Rosatine Rubon. And I'll try to catch that young lady's number. A second as we are underway with play on the field. Anna Posada, number 7, participated in that initial kick. And we are underway this afternoon in the senior girls contest. Unfortunately, I do not have a Batesville roster, so we'll just try to keep track of the action as best we can here this afternoon and evening. Batesville Junior Varsity defeated the Paragould Junior Varsity boys. I believe the final was 4-0 in the opening contest that started about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Senior girls in just in the first minute of play here in the first half. And the senior boys game will follow. Fortunately, the rain seems to have held off for now. Skies have broken through, and it's a nice afternoon here on the campus of Paragould High School. Glad you're with us on the Paragould Rams Sports Network. This is our final spring telecast of the year, I believe. We've had a lot of fun this year, and again, we'll offer our congratulations to the boys soccer team for earning a state tournament berth, and was made aware that one of our girls track team group won a state tournament race, I believe, this afternoon. And I've got the big O that's going to step in and offer a couple of comments here, and if we can get him situated. There we go.
There we go. Thank you, Jimmy Dodd.
Absolutely.
I know nothing really about this sport, to be honest with you, other than my job, my profession, my comfort zone is introducing the team at all home games. That's my wheelhouse.
Well, you know, one of the things we talked about is the increase in the sport of soccer in Arkansas.
Yeah. I mean, in our lifetime, and how much.
Nice job by the Paragould goalie there to stop that threat from the Batesville
Well, like all
Lady Pioneer.
sports, it starts young, and just like that's why baseball was so popular, and then football after that, and soccer has really got a good stronghold because of. I think that a lot of parents think it's a little safer, even though every once in a while you can run into somebody and get hurt pretty good. But by and large, it's safer than playing contact football and such. And I think that is a big reason why it's taken off.
Well, there's one thing about it. You got to be in really good physical condition to play
Yes.
because you do nothing but run up down the field for
Yes.
40 minutes at a whack.
Well, and if you play for Paragould, according to the boys coach, Mark Yalson, our field is the biggest pitch in the conference. Some of the other ones are not as wide as ours, and ours is legitimately the size of that a pitch should be. And so if you're going to play for the Rams and a lot of your home games right here, you better get in shape.
Lady Pioneers are going to have a corner kick. And we do know enough about soccer that a corner kick is really a good offensive play, and a lot of times you're able to score goals off of a corner kick because you can place the ball in front of the goal and somebody else can either head it in or kick it in.
Yeah. The boys game the other night, earlier in the week, is one of the few headers we've had for goals in the game against Marion the other night, and that was fun to see. It was fun to see Aiden Brock, who's played at a defense position in the back for his entire career, and it was good to see him get a goal the other night.
Man, now Batesville's threatening, and they're able to keep it in play. Ooh. Watch out, and that's going to wind up being a Batesville goal.
It's one thing about being in the press box watching this game of soccer. You can really see the angles so much better, and that frustrates you sometimes because you say, oh, there it is, but it's hard to see from the level of the field. But we could see that one from maybe a mile back that was going to happen.
Yep, nice goal by the Lady Pioneers, and they take a 1-0 lead as we've got about 35 minutes left to play here in the first half.
Our Lady Rams starting a senior starting bunch out there. Still had one of the senior players who was hurt, and that's the reason for the ceremony.
Was that Anna?
I believe so. Don't quote me on that.
I think it was number 7, and if that's my roster is correct, that's Anna Posada.
Yeah. And, of course, there's other players, some of the underclassmen that are injured as well, and that's really put a dent in the second half of the season for the Lady Rams.
Well, and we talk about this, but our conference is good almost in every sport.
Yep.
And when you're talking soccer, you're looking at schools that have historically had a strong soccer program in their city, like Searcy,
yes.
Valley View, and the Batesville boys this year are a really solid unit, and the girls as well.
I don't know about the ladies and the records and so on and so forth, but Searcy and Batesville and Valley View have been playing for the top spot.
Another opportunity right in front of the goal, and then it's converted.
Yep.
So 2 goals for Batesville in a short span.
And they pretty much have dominated the 5A conference. Searcy boys were undefeated, but they had a couple of ties, if I'm not mistaken, at least one. And one of those ties was with Batesville. Batesville only has 1 loss, and that was to Searcy. And but anyway,
we'll try to take a peek at some of the league standings and kind of let everybody know what the lay of the land is.
One thing that's different about this ladies Pioneer team is you'll notice this when the guys hit the field. I think the senior boys have about 5 teams in the upper level. I mean, there's just a lot of players. and that was kind of the demise of our first game at Batesville. And because we had them, it was a 0-0 tie at halftime, but they quickly came out in the second half, and they platooned, and they took advantage of it. Now, the Batesville girls, there's what, 4 sitting on the bench other than what's on the field.
Right. Right now, according to SI.com, the 5A East standings feature Searcy at 14-0 in league play in girls soccer. Valley View at 12-1-2 is in second place. Harding Academy 10-3-2 ties is in third. Green County Tech's in fourth at 9-4-3, and our Lady Rams are in fifth place. And Batesville has a very similar record to us. They're a game behind us, and then Middleton, Marion, and West Memphis are the final 3 in the 5A East. So the 4 teams that will be advancing to the state tournament will be Searcy, Valley View, Harding Academy, and Green County Tech next week from the 5A East for the girls 5A.
I'd be interested to see how the Paragirls record was in the first half of the season compared to the second half when they endured some of these injuries, because they were playing some good soccer in the first half of the year. Our boys were playing good soccer too. We just couldn't get the goals, and we weren't losing by big numbers. And our biggest loss was a 4-1 loss to Batesville, and Searcy was.
There's a good run. There's an opportunity right here for Paragould. Oh, just off. Well, Lady Rams had an opportunity there, and that ball was well placed, and she just couldn't quite get a foot on it. It was Balin Gonzalez, I believe, that almost got a foot on it. Batesville the other direction, and ball is headed out of bounds off the field to play.
Do the Lady Rams play in Hot Springs as well, or do you know?
The Lady Rams didn't make the top 4.
Sorry. I meant to say the 5A conference championship at Hot Springs as well.
Will be at Lakeside.
Yeah, okay.
One of my family members is a physician down there.
Okay.
And Lakeside's also the Rams.
Really?
Yes. Paragould coming the other direction.
Play there.
Nice run. Well done.
Don't get too far ahead of her.
And there's almost there. And that Paragould's going to have an opportunity. And this is going to be a goal.
Goal. All right.
Nicely done.
Yep.
See if we can get her number. Was that Micah?
Near side, maybe. I'm sorry.
Wasn't sure if that was Micah Wilson or not. But
you've got the binoculars, so.
I do. I just didn't have them focused.
Well, the difference in those two plays is that, you had numbers. The previous opportunity, we just had 1-on-2, so to speak. And that's where so often the goals happen is, just flooding. But it's very easy to get an offsides play that way as well. And so.
In that case, there's a lot of similarities to basketball. It was like a fast break, and you've got the girls were well spaced and able to take advantage of it and did a nice job of putting it in the back of the net, and that closed the gap to 2-1. Batesville quickly back on the other end. Lady Rams trying to get it out of there. Nicely skilled. I mean, these girls are skilled. There's no question about it. There's a lot of skill involved in hand-eye coordination and your feet. And here's another breakout opportunity for Paragould. Nice run.
Go. Nice. Willie. Go. Shoot it across.
Turns around. Nicely done. And, just in front of the post.
It's still in play for the moment. Yeah.
See if we can run it down.
We did. Excellent.
Lady Rams trying to get the equalizer, as they like to say in soccer. Nicely done here. Just couldn't quite finish it, but Does a good job of maintaining, getting the possession back. Shot on goal.
The Lady Pioneers aren't not as aggressive on defense down there. They're just kind of trying to fill the lanes, I guess, so to speak. We'll use another basketball term.
Yep.
And so maybe we can exploit that.
We've had a lot of action in the last few minutes. We've got 28 minutes left to play here in the first half, and Batesville leads 2-1. Batesville scored the first 2 goals. Lady Rams just came back with 1 and now have a corner kick. Kick it into the area there, and then, Now Batesville will try to transition. And nice run there by young lady for Lady Pioneers.
They were supposed to bring a roster up here, Jimmy, but they didn't.
And here comes a dangerous play. And the Paragould able to defend it there. That looked like a dangerous situation where Batesville was going to get a shot on goal, but Paragould able to stop it temporarily, and then I believe now we'll have a goal kick. We were talking about this the other day. When was the first year for soccer here at Paragould?
I would say, and this is only a guess, and I'm saying probably
back again, shot on goal just off the one.
In the 80s sometime. And that's a guess. That is truly a guess.
Yeah, I was going to guess 90s, but we'd have to go back and look at that. In fact, we were researching, the first year for Paragould High School girls basketball. And we found that it goes back to at least 76.
Well, I mean, you're talking about 5-on-5?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I believe 79 was when it first started. It was Paragould almost with the equalizer there into the area, and Batesville goalkeeper there for the save. But girls basketball initially wasn't 5-on-5. It was 3-on-3. Really sort of a half-court thing. And then I think it was 79. I can't remember. We'll have to get Richard Brummett to answer this question, is when girls went 5-on-5. I want to say it was about 79. But,
I remember, as, of course, that's my era and yours to a certain degree, too. And I remember actually scrimmaging the Lady Bulldogs at that time. But we played on their using their format, and it's odd. I mean, especially when you're used to running up and down the court, and you have to stop at half court, regardless if you're on defense or offensively.
Those were days gone by.
I remember the Lady Bulldog uniforms were one-piece numbers. The one-piece. And belted at the waist. Leave it to me to pick up on the fashions.
We need to see that again. That would be a good find for somebody.
Well, there's probably more.
There's an opportunity. Just gets away.
More historic photographs and information on the Arkansas Redheads or whatever. And I know their uniforms were like that, so. If you're not familiar with them, they were kind of Northeast Arkansas's edition of the Harlem Globetrotters, but it was an all-women's team. They all ended up with red hair. And they had an incredible 1968 8-door Oldsmobile station wagon somewhere in that area. And they were, if I'm not mistaken, that car ended up in Monette for the longest.
Yeah. Lady Rams in that little sequence able to defend and get it back on their own. Here's an opportunity. Lady Rams will have a throw in on the side. Down to 24 minutes left in the first half. 2-1 in favor of the Lady Pioneers. The Lady Pioneers scored the first 2 goals. Lady Rams answered on a nice transition type goal.
Are y'all going to do the senior night activities online or?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
We're going to be listening to you.
Well, it won't be me because I'll be participating out there.
Well, whoever's down here doing the
Seth Wellstead will do it.
There you go. Well, we'll be tuned in and listening to him. And
I'm going to tell you, Seth rather, that's my new nickname for him is Seth. Just shortens it down. He's coached some soccer and everything. He is much more steeped in knowledge and strategy. And
there's an opportunity for Paragould inside, and that kick is just a little high.
But
I think that was Micah Rolson. One thing about it, these soccer numbers are small, and they're a little hard to read, even with binoculars from a distance.
Yeah, that is true. At least we have turf fields, so we don't have to get in mud and all that kind of stuff to make it even worse. Worst high school broadcast I did on the radio was Lepanto and Salem, whose both of their school colors are predominantly black uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
So black and white, maybe a little gold mixed in. And it was muddy. Good stop.
Nice job by our keeper.
And I was doing that game for Salem, and I just felt awful. I was a little nervous about doing it anyway. And, if it was your own team and they're muddy, you might still be able to figure out who was who, but not knowing any of those gentlemen beforehand. But that, as I like to say,
nice run here.
Jimmy was a long time ago in a place far, far away. Good pass out. Oh, no, went backward.
Still down to about 22 minutes to play in the first half. On a nice afternoon here in Paragould this afternoon. It was cloudy most of the day, but it's kind of broken through and mostly sunny right now.
Yeah, about 4
Pretty
o'clock.
comfortable.
4 o'clock, I was concerned, and
we had a little shower actually about 4 o'clock.
Sure did, and the way this part of eastern and northeast Arkansas has been somewhat volatile over the last month and a half, and I don't have to tell you all that. And these clouds kind of come through here kind of innocent until they come into our area. And then they want to do terrible things.
There's no doubt it's been a stormy spring.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that we're trying to encourage Zach Kent to do is to broadcast from the Reed Timmer mobile, the Terminator or whatever, the Dominator, I guess is the.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you, it may have been you, we talked about this the other night, and I Reed is just a little too high strung for me.
I'm not interested in getting inside the tornado. I'm not that adventurous.
One of my, I find them fascinating. I don't find them as fascinating now that I've seen one up close and personal going back a few years with that Jonesboro one. I think that was plenty.
Yep. Dangerous situation there.
They got away with it.
Fortunate we didn't give up a goal there.
But I subscribe to the Lighten Up Francis philosophy that was put forth by Sergeant Hulka in the great 1981 movie Stripes.
Great movie.
And those guys get wired up. I mean, it would be exciting, don't get me wrong. And I've always wanted to see storms like that in a safe area. Nobody's getting hurt in the middle of a field somewhere.
Yeah.
And
one of our friends, the late great Steve Garmuth, was such a weather aficionado, and
Steve, I've done many radio broadcasts when we were having severe weather at the radio station, and Steve would call me up. I always encourage, because I usually was a one-man band when it come to that, and it was people like him, and now that person is Tim Jarrett, and they feed me a lot of information from other sources and what's going on out there. And but Steve, boy, he knew his weather. He loved that weather.
Paragould girls have hung in there pretty well. We were down 2-0, and we've kind of made a run at them here and had some opportunities to tie this thing up. And if we can continue to get some looks at the goal here, we might be able to do just that. Nice run here. Oh, if that pass had gotten through there, we had a chance.
Yep. Oh.
Coach Lovell down there with some instructions. Nice run in here at the middle, and there's a run at it, and just off to the side. 18 minutes, 40 seconds left to play in the first half. Batesville 2, Paragould 1. You're watching high school girls soccer 5A East competition this afternoon. This is the final home and regular season contest for the Lady Rams this season.
And it's senior night.
It is senior night. Graduation is next week, next Monday night.
Monday night, it sure is.
Nice run by the Lady Pioneers. Back to the Paragould deep into the field.
Do you do the graduation ceremonies? Or
Zach does that. I don't know that I think they just kind of turn that on and kind of a physical play there, and it's going to be a foul, I believe, on Paragould.
You know, learning soccer, I played one afternoon and I volunteered to be the goalie. And but my son came home one day and flipped the ball from his ankles over the top of his head.
Ooh, dangerous play there, and that's going to be a goal for Batesville. And that was a free kick opportunity, and Paragould just could not stop it once it got in the penalty area there, and Batesville converts it for a 3-1 lead.
You need a little luck when it gets in that close. I mean, you're trying to, go after it, but that becomes a ping pong or a pinball sometimes, and it just rolls in. About 3 games ago, one of our the senior boys did a kick off the back of his ankle, and I thought that was pretty impressive.
This is also, I believe, Coach Inman's last game.
I believe that's correct. I don't know all the details, but I believe you're right.
And that looked like Batesville kind of got away with a shove that time. Noted by the Paragould fans sitting below us.
Yep. I will say this. I believe that the Lady Rams fans are more vocal than the boys fans. Not that the boys fans aren't vocal, but I think the Lady Rams fans are, they've got to jump on them.
Soccer sometimes gets a bad rep because they say, well, it's just not much action, and there may be a 1-0 score and all that, but you're always on the edge of your seat because something can happen just in an instant to change it. And here comes the Lady Rams. This is an opportunity, sort of a fast break that we talked about. Nice pawl into the middle there. Nice return pass. Unable to keep it in play on the far side. It'll be a throw in for Batesville on the far end of the field.
I was listening to, gentleman has a talk show, and he's in there between, right in between. He has a sports background and he has a news background, and it's always fun to Clay. What's his name? No,
Clay Travis.
Yeah, Clay Travis. Enjoy listening to him, and they were talking about viewing sporting events, and he says, as long as I can,
an opportunity for Paragould.
As long as I can see the strategy in the game and understand the strategy of the game, he goes, I'm really interested. And it took a little bit with soccer, And
soccer kind of grows on you a little bit if you start paying attention to it. And
well, there's that desire to get the ball in the goal, but there's a process. And it's just like base running in baseball and getting that player.
Dangerous play, Peril. Can we get it in there?
No.
And, it hits the top of the post. Dangerous play. Lady Rams had an opportunity there and just couldn't quite get it in. When you go back to the 1970s, and one of the first soccer programs I remember was on PBS, which was Soccer Made in Germany.
Okay.
And go back and look at some old YouTube videos of that. And there was a gentleman by the name of Toby Charles who was, I think, an Englishman that did the broadcasting, and it was featuring games from, they call it the Bundesliga, is the German league, and that was sort of an introduction, I think, to European soccer over here in the States. And we got a young lady, I think, that's down on the turf about the 40-yard line for Batesville.
Well, I think if I had to, I remember a couple of movies based on soccer, but they were based like in World War II. And, and soccer was that relief or whatever. There was a Stallone movie about 81, 82, somewhere in there. I don't know that I watched the whole thing or not. But, of course, Pele, he's a 70s guy. That really broke open soccer in the United States, I feel.
Yeah, he was a Brazilian, if I remember right, and was the World Cup hero, I think, for Brazil and a couple of World Cups, and then came to the States and kind of got some folks interested over here. Hopefully that young lady for Batesville is okay. They've got her on her feet.
Yeah.
And it looks like she's going to be okay, kind of walking it off.
But, the strategy and setting up the plays, I've learned to appreciate, and it almost goes against nature's way to kick the ball away from the goal you're trying to get it into.
Mm-hmm.
But I've gotten over that. And I've gotten over getting mad at offsides.
Mm-hmm.
I still couldn't explain it to you. I think I know it a little bit better, but because going back to basketball, basketball, you don't have to worry how many men are down there beyond the 20-yard line or whatever. But and you look at some of the other programs, even in the conference, and I call them a lot of them will take their American football teammates and they will play soccer, and they just streak down the field.
Mm-hmm.
There's not as much setup involved in those teams. A Win to me is like that. West Memphis is much like that, and Win notoriously. I mean, over the 4 years we've been playing high school soccer, that has never been a situation where we ran away with it or didn't even win, excuse the pun, at all.
Well, thanks to artificial intelligence and the internet, it says that in soccer a player is deemed offsides if they are in the opponent's half of the field and closer to the opponent's goal line than both the ball and the second to last opponent at the moment the ball is played.
Okay. Well, I think it's designed not to keep players from nesting down there,
yes.
and that makes sense to a certain degree.
Yep.
But again, if you ever played basketball,
or cheating, if you will, is kind of a cheating, staying back.
Yeah. But but I always thought that was a risk, because if you're back here trying to get the easy basket, you are taking one away from the defensive aspect of it.
Well, there's some strategy involved in offsides traps, and there's all kinds of stuff that teams that are a little bit more advanced can employ. This is a nice run by Lady Pioneers coming back this way.
Well, you gave me the microphone, which was your first mistake tonight.
Oh, just off the side. Nice run, but
well, now I forgot my idea that I was going to tell you my thoughts.
You're glad we gave you the mic.
Yeah,
which
I don't
is
know
a real
about
help
that.
for me too, since we don't have a roster and
well,
we've got plenty of time.
Chase squirrels and things, but
nice job there. Nice ball through, and here's another nice run.
Go. You got one in the middle. You need one to come fill in on the other side, and back up. You know, that's the kind of thing you're going to get defended, but those balls don't always go far, and it's always nice having another teammate to rotate. Seth, again, Wellstead, who's been helping me in the PA booth, you know, he brought that to my attention the other day, and it's kind of like a zone defense in basketball or football, I guess. You know, it's rotation.
Yeah.
You know, if this person moves up to play the ball, the other person has to come back to be their backup. And from a defensive perspective, if you're going out to challenge the ball and the offensive player gets by you, you know, you hope you have a player that's going to pick you up.
There's a nice run in. That is going to be a goal. Beautifully done. And I think that was Michael Rolson.
Okay. Hello.
She brought us good luck. We just got to go now. We're down 3-2.
Make us stay here. And that, again, I watched more men's or our boys more than the ladies, but that's one of the things to me, the guys suffered was, you know, if we got down even just one, you know, it was like, oh, there wasn't, okay, all right, we got to, you know, and that got better as the year progressed, and that's what I'm saying all that to be impressed by the Lady Rams in that they didn't let being down 2-1 or 2-0 and then 2-1 and then 3-1.
Yeah, here's another opportunity right here.
There you go. There you go.
Well, we've still got 10 minutes left in the first half, and the Lady Rams are only down 1. So that's 2 times we've faced a 2-goal deficit. We've narrowed it both times.
There we go again.
Yeah, nice run here. Lady Rams in the last. Oh, there's another opportunity close. In about the last 10 minutes, Lady Rams have put a little bit more pressure on the offensive end on Batesville, looks like.
Yep. Well, as much as they're putting on us, so
yep.
Kind of balancing things out.
There's a nice through ball. There's an opportunity.
Set somebody up in the middle. Right there. Well, again, it's real easy to see from here.
It is. There's another opportunity.
Oh.
Okay. And there's another kick. And no. I think Parago's going to get a corner out of that.
Yep.
There's a big soccer fan, Coach Tommy Smalling.
Yes. Nothing says soccer like Tommy Smalling.
I see 5 heads not in agreement. Lady Rams. Oh, that one.
He's busy being pawpaw right now.
Yep. He's
does a good job of that.
He's orchestrating movements down there. Again, it's 3-2 in favor of Batesville. We've got about 8 minutes left in the first half. Batesville got the first 2 goals. Paragould answered. Batesville went ahead of 3-1, and Lady Rams just climbed back within 1 a couple of minutes ago. And that's an offside, I'd call, I believe, right there. So this has actually been a pretty competitive game. It's been fairly evenly played.
Well, the Lady Rams they have a lot more players than Batesville, so they can rotate somebody in to give some of the starters a little bit of a rest and not affect them too much.
You know, those last 20 minutes you've been running for a while can make your legs heavy.
It again often is the case with our senior boys. In the first half, they stay with it really, really well. But when you don't have the numbers, it's the second half that really tends to show up. And unless you've got something to drive your adrenaline, you know, a scored goal is just, you know, money. and more than just the score itself, it just fires you up, and kind of gets you through the wear and tear.
Nice contested ball there that Batesville wins. Batesville can't quite catch it before it goes out of play, and Paragould will have a throw in.
You know, this game, and talking about this game with my son, I'm looking for loopholes. And, you know, the throw-in is one of those. And some teams have really mastered the throw-in and get 30 yards on it if need be.
Mm-hmm.
And for those of you who are not aware, you have to keep one foot flat on the ground. The other foot can drag the ground. And then you have to put two hands on the throw. But I know Greene County Tech a couple of years ago, they were masters at it. And I always thought, you know, that's one time when you can really put the ball where you want it pretty much when you're throwing it. But you can't throw it all the way across the field. And but some teams are better than others at it. And I just hope it's not them.
There's a kick in from the corner kick. Now into the middle area.
Yes.
Dangerous there, and that kick's going to go. That'd have been in for 3 points if we were playing football, but it went right through the uprights, but too tall for the soccer goal. So the Lady Rams come the other direction with 5:25 to play in the first half. Batesville leads 3-2.
The other place I try to, you know, it's kind of like James T. Kirk. You know, he always changed the rules of the test. You know, he didn't cheat. He just took advantage of the rules of the test. And the other one is the penalty kick.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I said, you know, can you do a little jig-jack with it? And you can't. You have to kick the ball once you've
started your motion, and you can't go and stop and then start again and all that. Yeah.
Right. Now, some of the free kicks out front, you know, that's been, you know, a lot of teams do it differently. You know, you'll think one guy's kicking, the other guy can come along and kick it, or everybody's keying on you, and instead of trying to kick it into the goal, you just put it over to somebody else. There's that strategy as well. I've picked that up over the years.
Down to 4:20 to play in the half. Let's see if the Lady Rams can. Inside, oh, there was opportunity, and let's see, did it get in there? I don't think it did. Yes, it did.
Right.
The Lady Rams tie it at 3 apiece. Wow.
All right, they need to hold here, at least keep it at 3-3.
Nice job by the Lady Rams. Like you said a minute ago, they've hung tough here.
Confidence.
They were able to take that corner kick, and we talked about that being a dangerous play in soccer, and Lady Rams that time were able to take advantage of it. It's hard to tell from here if we were able to get it in because the goalkeeper was kind of shielding us from the ball, but Lady Rams tied at 3. That's 2 goals in a row for the Lady Rams, too. So some little momentum. For those of you that may be listening that haven't been to campus in a while, the construction of the new arena is ongoing.
Yeah, for the longest time, everybody was saying, I don't see any progress whatsoever. And then in the last 3 weeks,
Here comes an opportunity for Batesville. Dangerous situation here, and it's a goal. Paragould
not getting back there.
Wasn't quite able to defend that, and
you give it to the Lady Pioneers because they just answered that goal.
Sure did.
And that momentum you had. I'm a huge momentum guy. I'm just that way. Earlier in the year when we had such a big win at West Memphis, or Marion rather, it was a fun night. We had 2 different hat tricks on the team. You don't see that very often, but at the same time, when you're playing a team twice, you don't always like that to happen the first time through. maybe the second time.
Well, we got to credit the Lady Pioneer there. She beat one of the Perryville defenders and then got it past the goalie to reclaim the lead 4-3. Still 3 minutes to play in the half.
Oop.
Just like you said, Batesville answered within a minute after the Perryville had tied it at 3.
Have you ever hauled off and tried to kick a soccer ball, Jimmy?
Yes. It's been a long time.
Did you kick
yes.
some in high school?
We used to play soccer at Baldwin.
Okay. Well, and that's another thing about soccer that I had to learn was how heavy a soccer ball was.
Yeah.
I had this perception that it weighed about the same weight as a soccer, or rather a volleyball.
Mm-hmm. No.
Because they're the same size essentially, but yeah, and the way the European guy and the professionals and the college, the way they manipulate a ball, you're thinking, well, that's not a very heavy ball, but it shows you the skill needed and the skill that they possess on what they can do with a soccer ball.
There is a former Perryville High School graduate, and here comes a nice run by the Lady Rams. Into the middle, nice through ball, and it just, Perryville's still getting a chance. Perryville able to run it down.
I think it would be fair to say that that was a great kick, good effort. I think both teams are very similar. What am I trying to say? As far as fitness is concerned, in that both teams, it's been a hard half. So
it is, like you said, Perryville's got an advantage at least from a number of players. Now we don't know how that's going to translate into the second half, but we're down to about 1:10.
We are graced in Ram Stadium by the one and only Danny Bull Hoskins.
Yes. Yep, there he is.
So he'll be signing autographs if y'all want to get down here for the second half.
The name I was going to mention, one of the big soccer fans, it's a former Perryville High School graduate, Chuck Dudley.
Oh, okay.
Chuck is a huge Manchester United fan. That's one of the English teams, and he's been to games over there. He's told me about it. When they do the chants and stuff, and that would kind of be cool to see that sometime.
It would. And it's still kind of the other thing that I can't wrap my head around, and it's just not paying attention, but
here's an opportunity for Perryville.
Go, do it. There.
And the equalizer again with 14 seconds left in the half.
That's the way you do it. I think we have a Wild West affair tonight.
Great job. I think that was Mike again. So that ties it at 4 with 14 seconds. And, the Batesville staff hates to see that. That was kind of like the hockey game the other night where one of the teams scored with like 2 seconds left to force it into overtime and then won it in overtime.
Wasn't that like Utah Hockey Club or something, or what was that?
Yeah, it was one of the Winnipeg, maybe.
Oh, yeah, Winnipeg.
Winnipeg Jets. Okay, that gets us to halftime. What an eventful first half.
Yeah.
A lot of action. And both teams put 4 goals on the board. It's going to be an interesting second half.
Pioneers probably controlled it predominantly in the first 10 minutes or whatever. Then after that, it was if not, Perryville shifted, had a bit more of the advantage. And so that's why we have a tie game at half.
Should be fun. We're going to take about a 10-minute break as we got halftime. We'll rejoin you prior to the start of the second half here on the Perryville Rams Sports Network. Our halftime score in this evening's, late afternoon, evening's contest, senior girls, Perryville versus Batesville. We are even at 4 apiece. So stay with us here on the Perryville Rams Sports Network. We'll rejoin you in about 10 minutes for the start of the second half. Stay with us, everybody.
Sounds familiar.
And we're back with you as we get ready for the start of the second half this afternoon on the campus of Paragould High School. I'm Jimmy Dodd Jr. Brian Osborne's been along for the ride this afternoon, and we have seen a really eventful first half as our Paragould Lady Rams and the Batesville Lady Pioneers are tied at 4 goals apiece. Batesville got off to a 2-0 advantage. Paragould cut it to 2-1. Batesville got the next goal to go up 3-1. Lady Rams answered and tied it at 3. Batesville, in the last really 4 minutes of the first half, got the 4th goal about a minute after Paragould had tied it, and then Paragould scored with about 15 seconds left in the first half to even it at 4 apiece. And we are just about ready to begin the second half of play. Again, this is senior night here at Paragould High School. We will have a ceremony for all of our senior student athletes that are participating between the girls game and the senior boys contest. And we are now underway here in the second half. Lady Rams looking to take the lead. Ball and dangerous play, and Paragould should be able to get a corner kick out of that. Paragould's going to have a corner kick. Lady Rams doing a good job of putting some initial early pressure on the Lady Pioneers and looking to take the first lead if we can get this first goal into the middle.
Red hot, so might as well.
Ooh. I think that foul will be called on Paragould.
Yeah, it'll be a free kick, but
our orchestrator, Zach Kent, pulling up at halftime some old video clips that need to be seen. Lady Rams doing a pretty good job handling the soccer ball here, and had an opportunity there. Batesville trying to clear it, and so far Lady Rams are saying no. And there's another good-looking run here.
Go.
And, ooh, it's a nice save by Batesville. Another opportunity there for Paragould. That time almost able to take the lead. Ball contested and goes out on the side. I believe a throw in for Paragould. We were talking in the first half, Brian, about the throw in as a weapon.
Well, it just I see it as that way. I mean, any sport, you know, each little nuance of the sport, you know, somebody takes it and goes a little further with it, but I just see it as a great weapon. You can't throw the ball into the goal. I did learn that. Because now there's been a few ball games over the year, and a couple of weeks ago at Valley View, we had 30-mile-an-hour winds. And, you know, you can still play the wind a little bit, but you cannot throw the ball directly into the net. But you sure can get it close. And that adds another dimension. But, I mean, there's just some people that are good and
there's another nice run by the Lady Rams into the area. Gets it off and just misses. But the Lady Rams are getting some shots on goal here.
Sure. Keep firing away.
Just underway. 36 minutes remain in the match. using appropriate soccer language. Batesville will have a throw in on the side. One of the points we were making for those that we actually didn't get to it, we got interrupted a little bit, is the construction of our new arena.
Yeah. And
for those that haven't seen it, there's a bunch of dirt out there. That thing is about 4 or 5 feet high off the ground with dirt.
Yeah. Well, that's a good start, considering the history of
nice opportunity here. Oh, almost another shot on goal by Paragould. It's going to be a beautiful facility, and we were talking with some of the Mike Chipman and Zach Kent. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I think the hope is that about the time school starts next year, they're hoping that they'll be close to completion. That may be a little bit of an aggressive timeline. We'll see.
So 25, 26, or 26?
For August of next year.
Okay.
So we're talking about
26,
15, 16 months from now.
Yeah, okay. I attended a graduation at Clay County Central's gymnasium, and it's been up there for a while, but that style of gymnasium is similar to what Paragould is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just thinking about that. And
we're going to have some bells and whistles with this, I believe, that are going to help make it a little bit unique. And I think it's going to be sort of a cozy environment. I think as we start to see some steel go up and some structure to it, it's going to get people even more excited. Lady Rams are going to have a corner kick here. This is another opportunity to put some pressure on the Batesville defense, and it's
nicely done. No, well,
almost dropped there.
Well played by the goalie.
Yes. We're talking about the wind. We've had several matches out here this spring. The wind has been a factor in several of them, and we had some 25, 30-mile-an-hour winds out of the south and the north both that if you're a goalie and you kick it up in that air, it's one big bounce and it goes 70 yards.
Well, that game at Valley View, it was just horrible as far as the wind was concerned. I mean, there was the wind was coming right out of the south, and if you've ever been to the field at Valley View, it's a little bit away from the school and just right off the surrounding fields of agriculture, and so the wind has already got a good start. And there was some kicks into the wind by the goalie and others that just didn't go anywhere. I mean,
there's a dangerous play for Batesville. Paragould goalkeeper able to get out there and deny that. Throw in for Batesville on the far side.
Got it.
Play by the Lady Rams to take possession, and then Batesville with the interception there. Then a nice takeaway by the Lady Rams. And the Lady Rams trying to make an offensive push.
Oh.
One thing that's certainly different than days you and I were out here is this turf field.
Yes.
And it has a little different feel to it than the grass.
Well, ever since we've had the turf field, I haven't been really set up to run, and I would be interested to know how it feels in a run. I've walked on it, and it's more padded than, that's a good start. And
that's what comes the other direction. You can. It's a little spongy.
Yep. but I think we need a little bit of that. You know, the fields that we played on obviously were natural, and your sponginess depended on how well they took care of the grass. And
or lack thereof.
oh, yeah. And even our beloved Harmon Playfield.
Ooh, dangerous play. The keeper does a good job for Paragould to clean that up.
You know, it tended to get rutted out, if you will, as the year went on. And
got hard.
Yes, it did. And one of the tallest grass situations in northeast Arkansas was Walnut Ridge. I was always amazed on how thick their grass was, even though it was cut smooth. And then it harbored quite a few mosquitoes too.
Yeah, I was going there.
And of course, again, Walnut Ridge's field, very near the rice fields as well in that area.
Well, we will be going back to Hoxie this year. We played there 2 years ago in football, and they have a turf field, but it gets invaded by the little critters. We've got a couple of substitutions now for Paragould. Again, we're inside 30 minutes left in the match. We are tied at 4. There's been no scoring here so far in the second half. Get an interception there by the Lady Pioneers, and they're going to make a kick that keeper is able to grasp and put that threat to side. See if the Lady Rams can make another offensive surge here. Oh, nicely done there.
Oh,
pretty good defense there because Paragould made a nice run into the area there, and Batesville able to avoid. Well, the Lady Rams are continuing to put some pressure on.
You know, the one thing about the turf field that is, I think, is the obvious advantages of, you know, just being able to play after it rains and so on and so forth, that type of thing. And they're all built to drain so well, but all of the fields are so similar. I know they are saying, well, yeah, they're all 100 yards long or 120 yards or whatever you want to say. But to me, one field doesn't look very different from the next. You do have a little change on the sidelines. Like, for example, Nettleton, we were just down at Nettleton last week, and where you corner kick from, I mean, just right off that marked square, it drops there. So you actually have to run up a hill to kick it. But by and large, they're very, very similar. And whereas when you played different locations before, but again, Jimmy and I were talking back when just after electricity was widely used is when we played. And so, but I do like the consistency that the turf provides. And they're good looking too. You know, you got to say what it is. They're good looking.
Yeah, I think they said when we put this in, this is, I believe, the third turf field we've had here. And they expect this to last 8 to 10 years. And it does get used a lot. You'll see kids on it every day.
Well, one of the great stories, too, about this particular field was Paragould wasn't the first in northeast Arkansas, but one of the first, I think it's fair to say. And so much so that our ASU Red Wolves, after quite a bit of rain over a small period of time, needed a place to practice. And
they were out here on a Saturday morning. I remember that one of the times that
they got permission to come up here and play, or practice rather.
Yeah.
And I think they used that as a catalyst to say we had to go to a high school to get on a turf field, and it was the next year that ASU had a turf field. So.
Yeah, I remember Coach H.T. Moore was out here that day.
Oh, yeah,
I think he was calling plays.
Yeah.
Nice through opportunity there. Lady Rams still keeping the ball on the Batesville end here, and
they're not letting up.
Keep knocking on the door. Eventually, one of these is going to get through there.
And that's the same thing Paragould's going to have to do. The senior boys, going to have to do in the boys contest simply because, Batesville, again, is a strong program and second in the league just by a game, really. And but they can be beat, Stranger things have happened. So you got senior night going on, Batesville having to travel all the way from Batesville, and there was a JV game, so a lot of the teams been sitting around here in the stands.
Oh, there's a through ball. Oh, that was just a fraction off. That was not off as far as it might have looked there.
And so you got a good scenario and if you could just stay with them and stay close, be a nice way to end the regular season. Doesn't really have any bearing on any standings or anything,
but you really like to win that last home game.
Yeah, because the very first game of the state playoffs is against a 13-1 team, I think.
Yep.
At Lakeside, the host team, you're going to be playing them on their place with number 1 seed. So, you need that going for you.
Batesville goalie shaking up just for a second there. I think she's okay, but might have fallen a little bit awkwardly there trying to make that save. Lady Rams will have a corner kick.
That or actually falling on a soccer ball has a, it has a little more girth to it than a football or whatever. And
she's going to come off the pitch here for a minute.
I have to get a jersey on her replacement. There we go.
Well, we've got a break in the action. One of the things we talk about these fields, and each field has its own sort of unique crown to it. Some of them seem to be a little bit more pronounced than others. That being that it's sort of a little bit higher in the center of the field, and as you get toward the sidelines, it kind of angles down a little bit for drainage. And some fields, it was like you're running uphill and downhill. I remember when we were talking about Batesville, they had a.
She can go back out. No.
They had a receptacle in at the 40-yard line of one of their old football field. Well, the football field now, but before it was turfed. If you didn't know where it was a hindrance.
Where was this?
Batesville.
Batesville.
I think it was probably a long time ago. Back when we used to actually play them in junior high, and we would play them on an afternoon.
Yep. So you can get back at a decent hour. I never figured out. I was too dumb to know that. But
one
nice play by the newly appointed goalie for Batesville.
Yep.
And it sometimes met a trip to Big Daddy's Barbecue Restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
That was.
Oh, nice job over here by the Lady Rams.
There was even some basketball contest. I played in the afternoon up there in basketball.
Yep.
Played to a throng of PE class students that would switch out on you about 3 times in a game. And they always rooted for us. I never could figure that out. Gosh, it's a long time ago.
Remember playing in the old Cave City gym.
They were
in our league.
Never done that. I remember playing Highlands gym.
Yep. They've got a newer arena since we played.
The place I want to go to in Highland is I want to get in their, what do you call it? It looks at the stars. Their planetarium. No, that's not right. Anyway, they got a
telescope.
Yeah. I want to do that. Stanley Hunt, and I'd asked him about that once.
Yeah, the ball, and a dangerous play. Lady Rams just missed the opportunity there.
I said, "Is there a microscope or a telescope back there, or is that a grain bin?" Big O. It's a telescope. Okay, good. Well, invite me up. I'd like to see it.
One of the former Paragould High School graduates, Edwin Fawn, who is in my class, the class of '82, is well known as, he actually worked at the Pink Palace in Memphis and
oh, nice.
had one of those kind of homemade telescopes, and we went out one time, and when there was one of the comets that was seen by telescope when you get away from the city lights, and we went out about 3 o'clock one morning halfway between here and Walnut Ridge, and did that. That was a lot of fun. You could see the rings on Saturn and that kind of stuff.
And that's what I want to do. I need to ask for one of those for Christmas, because I do live in the country now, and I would thought that it would be a bit darker. But to be honest with you, I still live in the Finch area, and there's still so much light from Jonesboro and Paragould that it's still tough to get away. And out there where you're talking about, between Paragould and Walnut Ridge is good. Up there, north and west of Beech Grove, heading toward Delaplane, those are good spots. But again, the big problem there, especially in the warmer climates, is the mosquitoes. Go. Good play.
Here comes a little run.
Oh,
nicely done. Now, if she gets it in there, and it is in there for a goal. Beautifully set up and finished.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Beautiful goal. Lady Rams have been
Yeah.
working on that, and finally that ball was crossed beautifully in front of the goal, and Lady Rams there to put it in. First lead of the game for Paragould, 5-4, with 22 minutes to play.
And on top of that, if you're just joining us, and that it's on the fact that Batesville had a 2-0 lead.
Yes.
And leads aren't overcome as often in soccer. It's not an impossibility, but it just it oftentimes takes a lot longer for scores to be made. But
Batesville answered one of them quickly in the first half, and going to be needing to do it again.
There we go.
Nice job. But Lady Rams have had the momentum. They've had probably the vast majority of the possession, I would say, here in the second half. And
probably the last, 2/3 of the first half.
Yep.
So if they can finish.
Well, if they could add one more.
It is senior night, so, a win is always good to go along with senior night.
Into the middle. Paragould's done a nice job there. Good ball skills.
There you go.
Nicely done.
Nice pass.
Into the middle there, and another dangerous opportunity. 5-4. Lady Rams have come back. As you said a minute ago, Lady Rams were down 2-0 and 3-1. Two different times we were down by 2, and have come back to take the lead 5-4.
And when Batesville went up 3-1, that was a real quick response to the previous goal. So
Lady Rams will have a corner kick. Into the middle. Nice chip shot, and it is out. Just missed.
Oh, man.
That was a beautiful chip right in where it needed to be. And
I think there might be a little bit of surprise there that the goalie dropped the ball, oh my goodness, she dropped it right there in front of the goal.
Well, Lady Rams are going to have another corner kick, so they're going to try to keep the pressure on.
The starting goalie is not in for Batesville right now. She came out injured 5 minutes ago. She's standing over on the side to come in.
Another opportunity for Paragould to try to keep the pressure on. Paragould back in good shape defensively there. Like to see them put the pedal to the metal and try to get another goal as opposed to try to maybe try to play more defensive and try to just end it that way. But a lot of game left, still 19 minutes. Now the Batesville original goalkeeper is going to go back out on the field.
You're talking about the new gymnasium, and that's going to be followed up by, is it a new softball complex too?
Yeah, we're going to we're going to turf the softball and the baseball.
Even
fields.
though those baseball fields look fantastic, you know, a good growth of natural grass. It's pretty, you know. I just associate that with baseball, and Coach Shatsley, I know he's probably had some help too, but he really has taken pride in that. It's been his. Well done. I'm assuming he's still doing it, but every time you went by there's a red Ford pickup. So
we've got some beautiful fields. There's an opportunity in the go almost. Another opportunity. Obviously, in the spring in Northeast Arkansas, it rains a lot, and so I think that with a turf field, you're probably going to be able to get a few more games in instead of having to
and practice, because I've noticed the baseball and softball team have. I've seen soccer, baseball, and track all being practiced at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Got another corner kick for Paragould.
Oh, that's perfect.
Nicely done, and that was kind of on the top of the net instead of through it. So we're down to 17 minutes. Lady Rams have a 1-goal advantage over the Lady Pioneers. Another opportunity for Paragould down inside the area. Batesville's going to play it well. I think it's going to go out of play before somebody can get to it. That should be a throw in for Paragould on the side. We've got some commentary down in the
it's Melissa Lamb, who's our clock operator, and Seth Wellstead, who's filling in for me on the PA tonight. But and she said we've been talking it for years, because we've been doing this for 4 years now. But the gate that is down there on that end that blocks a portion of the track so that people, you know, in between times work on the outside lanes. But it's pointed this way. We've always been afraid that somebody's going to run into it.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if it can be, I don't know if it can be turned the other way or not. But, you know, you haven't seen us go down there and turn it either, so I guess we could have done that. But
no, but you were mentioning the movie Stripes earlier.
Yeah.
There was a scene in that movie where they ran into the log.
Sure.
Remember that one?
Yep,
yeah.
Yep.
Here's another opportunity into the pen. Oh, I'll tell you, Paragould continues to put pressure on the Batesville defense.
Yep.
That one's off to the side a little bit.
Looked like a 7-iron for me there, pushing it out a little bit. When's the last time you picked up a golf club?
Been a while. I was asked that earlier today.
You used to be pretty good at it.
Well,
I remember, right?
Used to practice quite a bit. Batesville on the other end. We won some district championships in golf out here.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. My senior year, we were second in the state.
You did that with blade irons too, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's real golf.
Before the equipment was kind of what it is now.
Yeah.
Comes a goal kick for Paragould.
Oh, go.
Yeah, we talked about this in the first half, but you're starting to see some of the Batesville young ladies. Looks like their legs. This is another goal opportunity for Paragould, and it's going to be a goal.
Yes.
Beautifully done.
Oh, that was.
Boy, that was just so well done. It was set up, and you could, like you said, we could see the angles on it, and
Is it number 15? I can't tell. I'm sorry. You have the guy with the worst eyesight.
We'll try to see exactly who scored that goal, but it was so well done, and Lady Rams now have a 2-goal advantage with 14 minutes to play. But the point I was going to make is Batesville not having the depth, and it looked like to me that some of their girls may be a little bit fatigued at this point of the match, but still 14 minutes to go, and we've seen them score quickly in the first half, but don't think they've been quite as effective offensively here in this fact. In fact, they haven't scored here in the second half. No. But again, can't let up. But that was a big goal there. Nice run here by Batesville, and pretty well defended by Paragould that time.
They've gotten away with a grab there a little bit.
Still contested. I think they're going to call that a foul or just a throw in. Nope, they're going to call that a foul. So it'll be a free kick for Batesville, about 20 yards from the goal, into the area. Paragould nice, aggressive defensively. Inside 13 minutes to play. Rams with a 2-goal lead. And that kick is going to be resulting in a goal kick for Batesville. But again, Paragould sort of able to flip the field a little bit, and say we played the majority of the second half on the Batesville end. Nicely done here. Another opportunity, and it almost got in there. Boy, I think the goalkeeper made a nice stop down there for Batesville.
And fell on top of our player. Kind of abruptly. She's shaking her.
She's already been hit there once, and that probably didn't feel too good either.
Well, Jimmy, thanks for the opportunity. Let me sit in with you.
I hope
I got to go play the part of a
parent. Yes, but hopefully after the festivities you can come up here during some of the boys' game.
We'll see what we can do.
Thanks, Big O.
You're welcome.
All right, Brian Osborne. When I get together with Brian, we can tell a few stories about days gone by for sure. But what a nice job by our Lady Rams here to this point of the second half. And you want to continue to play aggressive and not be overly defensive, because Batesville, as they have shown, can score quickly, and Lady Rams lead by 2 goals, 6-4, with right at 11 minutes left to play in the match. Batesville will have a free kick on about the 45-yard line. Able to get it out of trouble. Now Lady Rams are going to have some opportunities to go the other direction. Nice through ball here. Lady Rams are going to put some more pressure on into the middle area. Lady Rams have done a nice job of interior passing here in the second half. And that kick is just off the side, so it'll be a goal kick for Batesville. So again, at the end of the girls contest, we will have the senior night activities. So stay tuned for that in between games, and then we'll have the boys contest to follow. Paragould against Batesville. That'll be 2 of the 4 teams that will be representing the 5A East in the state tournament next week at Hot Springs. Batesville with a goal kick. Into the area. Oh boy, that was almost another opportunity for Paragould. Now a nice run from Batesville. Paragould needs to get back defensively. Paragould kicks it out, so that'll be a corner kick for the Pioneers, Lady Pioneers, with 8:44 and counting left in the match. Dangerous kick into the middle area there. Batesville looked like they missed an opportunity that time. Now Paragould's coming the other direction quickly. Opportunity with numbers as well. And ball nearly got through. Now Paragould with an opportunity and another goal. The Lady Rams convert. And that's the 7th goal for Paragould.
Yay!
With 7 minutes and 59 seconds left to play in the match, the Lady Rams now with a 3-goal advantage. They've scored 4 goals in a row. And they have outscored Batesville 3-0 here in the second half to take a 7-4 lead. Really done a nice job this afternoon on senior night here at Paragould. Batesville, I believe, will have a throw in. Actually, I believe it's going to be a free kick. To the middle area. Batesville trying to put some pressure on Paragould, and Paragould able to get out of there with it. And now Lady Rams are going to have numbers on the other side. 4 on. Ball placed into the deep end, and Batesville will run it down. So we're down to 6 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. The Lady Rams now enjoying a 3-goal lead, 7-4. Ball into the middle of the field. Nice attempted through ball, but Paragould intercepts. Lady Rams back the other direction again. Batesville will have a throw in on the far side. Lady Pioneers still trying to make a push. knocked out. It'll be Batesville throw in on the far side. A couple of new substitutions coming on the pitch, one for each side. Clock moves under 5 minutes. Lady Rams almost had another opportunity for a breakaway, but Batesville able to keep it on the Lady Pioneer end. Down that ball's going to go over the end line. Throw in. I think you can see on both sides the fatigue sort of setting in now as we're in the last 4 minutes of the match. Contested ball there at about the 35. Paragould defends that well. Paragould comes out with it at about the 25-yard line. Nicely done. Now Paragould's in a position to go the other direction with some numbers. And that's going to be a throw in for Paragould on the far side. So we're down to 3 minutes left to play in the match. Paragould leads Batesville by the score of 7-4. Nice comeback for the Lady Rams this afternoon. Batesville had a 2-goal advantage at 2-0 and 3-1. And Paragould tied it at 3, and Batesville took a 4-3 lead, and from that point on, it's been all Paragould. So we've got a whistle, I believe, and a foul. It's going to be a free kick for Paragould as we're down to 2.5 minutes left to play. Kick into the middle area there. Contested on the far side. Lady Rams still able to keep possession. That's keeping the clock moving. Two minutes left to play. Lady Rams with a nice run into the middle, trying to add another. Batesville able to stop that progression. Paragould able to save it. Now another shot on goal. This one's going to be an easy save for the Batesville keeper, but we're now down to 1:20 to play. Ball contested on the sideline. Lady Pioneers come out with it, and that's probably going to be a Paragould foul. So we move under a minute to play. Batesville in a hurry, puts it into the middle. Paragould does a good job of defending there. Batesville puts it in play. Paragould does a nice job of getting it out with 26 seconds left to go. Lady Rams are going to win their home finale this afternoon here against the Lady Pioneers with a nice comeback, especially here in the second half. Young lady for Batesville's on the turf with a hard fall. I think she'll be okay. And that is going to be the end of the contest. And the Paragould Lady Rams defeat the Batesville Lady Pioneers by the count of 7-4. So congratulations to the girls on senior night on an outstanding job. Congratulations to Coach Inman and Coach Lovell. And this is a nice way to end the season for the girls with a win here at home against the Batesville Lady Pioneers. So stay with us. We will have the senior night activities shortly, and we will have those for you, and then we will have the senior boys game to follow. So stay with us here on the Paragould Ram Sports Network. We'll have the senior night activities here probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes, so just stay with us, and we'll have those for you live. So stay with us here on the Paragould Ram Sports Network.
Senior girls, go ahead and go find your family.
That's where they're going to take the picture, so I guess.
Okay. Starting with your Lady Rams.
And here we go with our
First,
senior
we
activities.
have Jennifer Samantha Batten Figueroa. Jennifer is escorted by her father and mother, Otto and Zayla Figueroa, sister Glesley Batten, brother Otto Batten Figueroa. Activities: while at PHS, she was in the international club and soccer. In the future, she hopes to become a physician. The most memorable moment from this sport was being at practice while it was raining. It just felt like playing with my childhood friends, and I felt a connection with these girls that I'll never forget. Next is Ashley Dealton. Ashley is escorted by Carlos Kendi, Carlos Jr., Linda Sage, and Wade Dealton. She was involved in the international club. Her future plans are to attend Black River Tech for phlebotomy. Her most memorable moment was with Coach Inman getting pulled over on their way to Nashville. Next is Isel Garcia. Estelle is escorted by Estella and Benito Garcia. Her activities were volleyball, National Honor Society, and the International Club. Her future plans are to attend Arkansas State University to become an ultrasound technician. Her favorite moment was when she got in a fight at Nettleton, and also when her and Ashley and Inman made an inside joke. Inman, your Estelle stinks. Next is Kelsey Goodson. She is escorted by Sean and Brandy Goodson. Her activities were student council, Rotary, Paragould Pride Marching Band for 3 years, concert band for 4 years, and Student Christian Club. Her future plans are to work at Camp Siloam over the summer and then attend A-State in the fall to become a nurse. Her most memorable moment in the sport was whiffing on the ball, throwing in the ball behind her head, knowing where it would land, falling backwards when no one was there next to her, and then that was all in one game. Next up, Brianna Membrino. Brianna is escorted by Amy Serta and Jose Membrino. Brianna is involved in Rotary, FCA, and cross country. Her future plans are to attend A-State and get her bachelor's degree in radiological sciences. Her most memorable moment was with Coach Lovell dancing to the song Soulja Boy at our tournament last year. Next is Tabitha Pewitt. Tabitha is escorted by her mother Karen, sister Sabrina, and uncle Joey, and Aunt Jessica. Her activities are soccer, Key Club, and Rotary Club. Her future plans are to attend college to become a veterinarian. Her most memorable moment was with Inman sliding down the bowling alley lane with the ball. Next is Anna Ruth Posada Romero. She is escorted by her mom, Anna Romero, and sisters Kelly and Daisy Posada. Her activities in high school were the opportunity to be on the soccer team for 2 years. She also had the opportunity of being part of the International Club and enjoyed helping other students to translate since the 9th grade. Her future plans are to start working, and then she will continue with college and study to be an ESL teacher. Her most memorable moment was last season when we went to state and we'd spend time shopping, eating, swimming in the hotel's pool, and getting to prepare to play against the other teams. Next up is Melody Rangel. She is escorted by Lupe Rangel, her mother, and Jose Rangel, her father. She was active in the art club, marching band, and soccer. Her future plans are to go to college and study business marketing, and she's also going to be marching with the ASU band. Her most memorable moment from this sport was her sophomore year when we played an away game at Searcy. We were in the locker room and had a dance party before our game to get hyped. Next is Rosatine Ruban. Rosatine is escorted by Anne-Rose Ruban, Nolan Shim, Esther Annie, and Josephine Eradrick. She was involved in the International Club. Her future plans are to work at St. Bernard's Medical Center and then travel the world. Her most memorable moment is playing on the pitch and hearing her team cheer. Next is Ella K. Starling. She is escorted by Greg and Gina Starling. Her activities were president of both Leo and Pep Club. She was part of the Gifted and Talented. She ran track, volleyball, and soccer. Her future plans are to attend Arkansas State University. Her most memorable moment from the sport was getting a yellow card at GCT and Tabby getting awarded MVP. Next is Nicole Webb. She is escorted by parents Jeremiah Webb and Flora Webb. Her activities were NHS and Leo Club and manager of the PHS football team. Her future plans are going to Arkansas State University to get a degree in occupational therapy. Her most memorable moment was the bus ride back from games, enjoying it with her teammates, having the best and most supporting coaches. And those are your Lady Ram seniors. Now for your Ram boys. First we have Peyton Benware. Peyton had 4 goals, 2 assists in 3 years with the Rams. He is escorted by his mother, Leslie Rios, dad, Mario Rios, brother Noah, brother Evan, sister Emily. He was involved in soccer. His future plans are to become a game warden. His most memorable moment was scoring his first goal against Jacksonville his sophomore year. Next is Aiden Brock. Aiden is a 3-year starter at defender with 1 goal and 1 assist. He is escorted by Lachey Brock and Robert Brock. His future plans are attending A-State's Radiological Sciences program to pursue a career as a radiologist. And then his most memorable moment is growing up playing soccer with his friends. Next is Justin Henson. He is escorted by his mother, Jody Barker. He has played soccer all 4 years. His future plans are to attend A-State and become a firefighter and EMT. His most memorable moment is playing our best game of the season against our crosstown rivals, Tech, which solidified our spot for state. Next, we have Vinay Kumar. Vinay is a 3-year starter at midfield with 4 goals and 11 assists, and he is escorted by his mother. He also played tennis. His future plans are continuing his soccer career at Williams Baptist University. His most memorable moment was realizing that we were state-bound. Next, we have Chasen Lezione. He is a 2-year starter at goalkeeper with 211 saves, 13 clean sheets, and 3 assists and 1 goal to go along with that. Chasen is also a tennis player. His future plans are to take care of business at state, then play college soccer with his teammates Griffin and Vinay at Williams Baptist University and major in marketing. His most memorable moment, he says, there are so many it's hard to choose, but my favorite one is beating Coach Nash at basketball during the offseason. Next is Ramon Lovo. Ramon is a 2-year starter as a defender and has 1 goal and 2 assists. He also, along with that, played 3 years on the soccer team and did other minor events for the school. His future plans are to start a business and be a recognizable person for his work and commitment so that his family feels proud of the person he has become. His most memorable moment is playing soccer and making state after so many years. Next is Jacob Meredith. He is escorted by his parents, Michael and Misty Meredith. He plays tennis and soccer as well. Jacob will be working at Tech Friends this summer and is currently undecided on college plans. His most memorable moment was being part of the Ram family his senior year and qualifying for state. Next is Griffin Osborne. Griffin is a 3-year starter at forward with 30 goals and 11 assists. Griffin is escorted by Lisa, Brian, and Quincy Osborne. He has played soccer all 4 years of high school. His future plans are to continue playing soccer at Williams Baptist University. His most memorable moment is receiving All-State and getting his revenge against GCT. Next is Victor Manuel Ramirez. Victor is escorted by his mom and dad, Anna and Raul Lopez, along with siblings Jose, Lizzie, Angel, Isaac, Marina, Raul Jr., along with his uncle Pedro. His activities while at PHS has been playing soccer, and then he's been doing that since a freshman. Future plans are after graduation, he plans to work and support alongside his dad and his construction company at NIRA Co-Construction LLC. His most memorable moment from the sport was when we would go out of town for tournaments and made third place. I also want to thank Coach Mark for encouraging and pushing me beyond measures to success. Next is Harold Saucedo, and he is escorted by San Juana Penaflor. He was active in soccer and football. He plans to go to college and create his own clothing brand. His most memorable moment was his first away game with the soccer team. Next is Rayleigh Stevenson Wright. He is escorted by his mom, Christy Stevenson, his dad, Jerry Wright. He was active in football and soccer. He plans to do travel welding in the future. And his most memorable moment from the sport was having more assists than Foster his junior year. Next, we have Foster Wazenegger. Foster is a 3-year starter at midfielder with 2 goals and 5 assists. He is escorted by Amanda Baker and Eric Wazenegger. His activities are NHS, Leo Club, Key Club, tennis. He is also the class valedictorian, and he loves his mommy. His future plans are to attend A-State to major in chemistry and business. His most memorable moment from the sport is celebrating with his team when they secured a spot for state.
Did you make up the loves as well?
Next is Ethan Wells. Ethan is escorted by his mom, Stephanie Treese, and his dad, Stephen Wells. His activities are band, National Honor Society, chess, and JROTC. His future plans are to go to college and get a bachelor's degree, and his most memorable moment is making it to state. And there are your Paragould Ram boys.
All right, and congratulations to all of our senior student athletes, Lady Rams, Senior Rams, and congratulations to the families as well. It's always a great ceremony on senior night, and again, congratulations to all of our young people for representing Paragould High School, and looking forward to their futures as well. So we want to let everyone know that will conclude the senior night activities. We're going to take a break of about 10 minutes as the teams warm up now to prepare for the senior boys contest tonight, Paragould versus Batesville. So stay with us here on the Paragould Rams Sports Network, and we will rejoin you in about 10 minutes.
Once again, we would like to welcome you to Rams Stadium for your match tonight between the Batesville Pioneers and your Paragould Rams. First of all, we'd like to introduce the starters for Batesville. Tonight you have Maverick King, Ever Fuentes, Tristan Prado, Davari Smith, Camden Brooks, Esvin Ordonez, Chris Ramos, Trent Rose, Roland Fuentes, Gio Chavez, and Alberto Bernal. And now, for your Paragould Rams, Dennis Martinez, Chasen Lezione, Jacob Meredith, Griffin Osborne, Vinay Kumar, Ramon Lovo, Foster Wazenegger, Robel Kincha, Raimundo Balat, Justin Benson, and Aiden Brock. Your coaches are Mark Yawson and Nash Davis. Let's go Rams.
All right, we are back with you here from Ram Stadium. Early evening, about 7:20 here in Paragould, Arkansas. Congratulations to our senior Lady Rams for their win this afternoon, just completed a little bit ago, 7-4 over the Lady Pioneers. Great way to end the home season and the regular season for the Lady Rams, and we are about to get set for Paragould versus Batesville in senior boys contest. This will not be the final game for either team, as both teams have advanced to the state tournament, 5A state tournament in Hot Springs next week. Paragould will be the 4th seed. I believe Batesville is the 3rd seed. And this ought to be a very competitive match. Batesville won the contest up in Batesville, I believe, by the score of 4-1. So the Rams will want an opportunity to try to even the season series with Batesville. This ought to be a competitive and a fun game. And again, congratulations to all of our senior student athletes that participated in soccer. Both the Lady Rams and the senior boys had that presentation between games. That's always a fun thing and enjoyable thing to see, and wish all of our young people well as they move on here from PHS. And we are just about ready to kick off the senior boys. Batesville, of course, will be in the white jerseys, black shorts. Paragould in the red jerseys and the red shorts, and we're underway. I'm sure both teams will have a feeling out process here. Griffin Osborne, number 15, all down in the corner for Paragould. Shot on goal, and boy, it almost got away from the keeper there and got a whistle. goal kick for Paragould. Out toward midfield. Goes across the line. It'll be a throw in for the Rams. Rams have played some good soccer of late. Attempted shot is deflected, and Paragould able to save it in before it goes across the sideline. Paragould will play, I believe, Hot Springs Lakeside next week in the first round of the 5A state tournament, which is at Hot Springs Lakeside. Paragould controls as Vinay Kumar down there, number 13. Griffin Osborne is 15. Shot on goal, and the keeper makes a good save. And we're just underway from Paragould High School, Rams Stadium, on a Thursday evening. Weather has really cooperated this afternoon. We actually had a shower about 4 o'clock, but since that time it has cleared out, and it's been really, really pleasant. Rams with possession, and now Batesville on a run out. Attempted pass. Pioneers make a play, but Paragould defends well. And now Paragould with an opportunity with numbers, and Paragould will try to run it down. And let's see, I believe it's going to be a corner kick for Paragould. Nope, rather it's going to be it's going to be a goal kick. Not much wind this afternoon. Paragould with an interception. Griffin Osborne showing his skills. Paragould now with an opportunity. Get it into the middle. Goalie not able to advance it very far, and Paragould still on the offensive end. And now Batesville with a breakout. We've played 5 minutes and a few seconds, no score here in the first half. Final regular season and final home game for Paragould High School soccer this year. It's been a lot of fun for us here on the Paragould Rams Sports Network to become increasingly involved in our spring sports this year with girls softball, boys baseball. There's a shot on goal, and Chase Liaison doing a great job. at goal for Paragould, and we've had a lot of fun with boys and girls soccer as well. Nice job by Paragould, and an opportunity now on the offensive end. In the area, now here comes an opportunity for a shot on goal, and a good save by the kicker. Not able to quite get a good leg on that. Keeper made a good save for Batesville. Now Batesville with a quick throw in, trying to take advantage. And it's going to be a foul on Batesville, so Paragould will have a free kick from about the 33-yard line. Long kick into the other end. Now Griffin Osborne. Nice footwork. Nice dump down, almost there for a good assist opportunity, but Batesville defends. Ball knocked out by Paragould. Be a throw in for Batesville. I'm glad you're watching us here on the Paragould Rams Sports Network as we complete our 4th year here on the Paragould Rams Sports Network. And we want to say thanks to everybody who has subscribed to our channel on YouTube. We've been able to achieve not quite as the number which we had hoped to, but pretty close to it. So hopefully next year we can get across 2K. Nice ball into the middle there, and Batesville keeper with a nice play. But nonetheless, we have had some really great support here. We really appreciate that, and thanks to everybody who has hit that subscribe button to help us grow our network. And also we want to give a quick shout out to those of you from Batesville that might be watching as well from Independence County. I know we had several nice comments from basketball season and volleyball, and we appreciate that. Now the Pioneers with a run out quickly on the other end, and it's going to be a whistle on the far side. I believe a free kick for the Pioneers. Quickly into the middle, and nice save by the Paragould keeper. Quickly outlet to Osborne. Nice through ball. That forces the Batesville keeper out to get a hold of it. We are down to about the 30-minute mark here, so we played just about 10 minutes in the first half. There is no score. Again, both of these teams will be in the state tournament next week. Hot Springs, we've got a couple of substitutions. So I'm not sure that this game is going to matter a lot in terms of seeding or anything other than from the Paragould perspective, you certainly would want to avenge the earlier loss to Batesville and get a victory on senior night as well. Nice through ball. Batesville defends on the backside well. Nice job of an A. Kumar. This ball is going to go back to Lazy on. What a dangerous play there, and Batesville gets the goal. And Paragould finds themselves down 1-0. Don't think Coach Austin was happy with that. Batesville took advantage of the opportunity and drilled it. So the Pioneers with the first goal at about the 28-minute mark, and they lead 1-0. So the Rams will try to answer. It was a situation where there weren't many involved in the play, but Batesville drilled it from probably about 15 yards out. Now Batesville quickly on the other end. And that shot's going to go into the side of the net, so that should be a goal kick for Paragould. The Rams find themselves down by 1. It's Batesville with the game's first goal at about the 28-minute mark remaining in the first half. Now the Rams try to make an offensive push. Throw in for Batesville. It's going to be a throw in for the Pioneers close to the corner kick area. Ball headed in front of the goal, dangerous area, and headed over to the Paragould keeper. So Paragould avoids any further damage at that point. Now we're down to about 26 minutes to play in the first half. Batesville leads 1-0. Nice takeaway there by Paragould defensively. Paragould now on the offensive end, and that's going to be a foul, I believe, on Batesville. Paragould with a free kick now. See if Paragould can create a good scoring opportunity here with a free kick inside the about 25 yards from goal. Into the middle area. Now Batesville on the run, the other direction. Drop it down. Shot on goal, and it's another goal. Boy, that ball was drilled into the upper corner of the net. Nothing much the Paragould keeper could do about that, and Batesville has come out and put 2 goals up here in the first 15 minutes of the match to take a 2-0 lead in the the 2 goals that they have scored have been rocket shots from pretty good distance. So the Rams are going to have to regroup a little bit here as Batesville has come in and put 2 on us in the first half. Rams with an opportunity to push ahead. Here's a ball that's well done. This gets into the end, and a good save by the Batesville keeper. Paraguay had a pretty good shot on goal there. Good save, so Paraguay should have a corner. Starting to get a little bit dark out on the pitch. Of course, we got our lights on. Opportunity, we kind of missed an opportunity there with a good entry. Ball's still up for grabs, and Batesville clears it. Throw in for Paraguay on the far side. The throw in for Paragould. Taken away. Now Paragould had an opportunity. Batesville comes out with it, and they'll push forward. Rams really can ill afford to go down 3-0. Really need an answer. Paragould with a takeaway. And a long pass that Batesville will defend by kicking out, so Paragould will have a throw in. And a shot on goal, and Batesville keeper makes a save. Rams with a takeaway at midfield, trying again to make a push. Got to get it into the middle, but defended well. A long look ahead, and Paraguay kicks that out, so Batesville will flip the field and have a throw in on about the 10-yard line close to the goal. Shot in, watch out, and it's going to be in third goal. Beautifully done by Batesville. And, boy, they just, don't know if they caught the Rams napping a little bit there or not, but it looked like that they were very aggressive. And did a fantastic job there, and they have taken command 3-0. Here in the first 20 minutes. So the Rams are really going to have a work cut out for us now as Batesville has taken advantage of some opportunities. put up 3 here in the first 20 minutes. Ball into the middle. Batesville defends that well. And Batesville with a good run out here. Paragon wants to stop that run, and Batesville looking for yet another goal. So it'll be a throw in for Batesville from the far corner. Another throw in for the Pioneers. Batesville looks to have been maybe just a step quicker at times. There's another ball into the middle. Dangerous opportunity. Paragon this time is able to defend, but Batesville still able to keep control. Now another dangerous opportunity, and that required a good save by Paragon to prevent another goal. Young man for Batesville not able to get a lot on that kick, but still it was an opportunity for a goal. Batesville pushes forward yet again. Now we've got a whistle. I believe this will be a free kick for Paragon at about midfield. .17:45 left in the first half. Rams find themselves down 3-0, however. Batesville with 2 goals in the first 20 minutes and another one about 2 minutes ago. Rams have had a couple of look at goal, but really not a big-time scoring threat yet. Batesville has taken advantage of a couple of opportunities, and they've knocked 2 in from outside 10 yards. And a beautiful cross that set up a goal for that third one. They have controlled, I would say, most of the play here, especially in the last 10 to 15 minutes. Batesville deep in the area again. Got a whistle, and I believe we're going to have a free kick for the Pioneers. Another dangerous scoring opportunity here for the Pioneers. Kick toward goal and just off, but pretty impressive kick from that distance. Paragon's going to come in with a number of substitutions now. And I kind of wonder how Coach Austin might play this, trailing 3-0, knowing that we've got to play again next Wednesday. But I'm sure he's not happy about trailing 3-0 with 3 goals by Batesville really in the first 20 to 21 minutes of the first half. Now Paragould with an opportunity, get it into the middle of the field, and a good run here, but no one on the far side to help, and that's probably going to be a corner kick for Paragould. So an opportunity here. Paragould likes to just kick it in quickly now into the middle. Now there's an opportunity there, and a shot across the face of the goal. That was one of the better Paragould opportunities that we've had, and that shot just missed the far post by a couple of yards. So Batesville will now have a goal kick. Good physical run by Paragould there. Maintain possession. Now an opportunity here, and it is into the goal for Paragould's first goal. And I think that was Griffin. That was Griffin Osborne. I'm pretty sure it was. Beautiful goal, and that gets Paragould kind of back into the match at 3-1 with 13 minutes and 50 seconds showing on the clock left in the first half. So the Rams are able to get one of those 3 back, still trail 3-1. That time did a good job of creating some space and a nice opportunity and a beautiful kick finish for the Paragould goal. So Batesville now leads 3-1. Got a whistle on the far side. Free kick now for Batesville, so this will be a dangerous scoring situation for Batesville with a free kick. Only about 13 yards in front of the goal, and that kick is going to go over the goal, so Paragould will have a goal kick. Clock running, 12 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the first half. Batesville scored the first 3 goals. Paragould just answered with their first, and Paragould trails 3-1. Still about 12 minutes to play here in the first half from Rams Stadium, on the campus of Paragould High School. Jimmy Dodd Jr., Brian Osborne's been with us, Zach Kent, and the entire PRSN crew here this afternoon and evening. There's a nice through ball. Now Paragould with an opportunity on a run out. Defended pretty well by Batesville on the backside. Batesville with a throw in. Paragould almost able to take that away. Griffin almost able to defend that. Batesville still takes control and now pushes forward into the Paragould end. Paragould with a nice play here. Now an opportunity on a run out. Pretty well defended by Batesville. Paragould still with some numbers, but Batesville did a pretty good job there defending, not allowing Paragould a run out. Batesville with a nice drop down. Well defended by Paragould. Goes out. It's going to be a throw in, I believe, for Batesville. Taken away by Paragould. Here come the Rams. Trying to transition from defense to offense. Ball well placed down in the corner. Into the middle. And Paragould almost had an opportunity there. Still have possession. Opportunity almost for a shot on goal. There, and Paragould with a shot on goal and a nice save by the Batesville keeper. That was almost goal number 2. We approach 9 minutes to play here in the first half. Long kick, well placed. Paragould knocks it out the back line, so that's going to be a corner for Batesville, and that'll be another scoring opportunity for the Pioneers, who've done a good job transitioning quickly to the offensive end. Corner kick now. Batesville plays it in, and that shot on goal is well wide of the mark, so that'll be a goal kick for Paragould. Approaching 8 minutes remaining here in the first half. Batesville 3, Paragould 1. Goal kick. Now Paragould's got some opportunities. Nice through ball here. Watch out. This is an opportunity for Paragould. Osborne in the corner. Good physical defending there by Batesville. Be a throw in for Batesville, and they throw it to midfield. Now they drop it down in the corner, and it's going to be a sprint for it, and Paragould's going to knock it out of there, and Batesville's going to have possession deep in the Paragould end. 6:35 and counting left here in the first half. Nice throw in. So it's going to be a throw in for Batesville as that went across the sideline. Here comes Paragould now with another opportunity. Nice through ball. Parago's able to keep it in play. Osborne does a nice job. Takes it toward the middle again. He's going to put a good foot into it, but that is off the mark a little bit. Good save by the keeper as it was outside of the goal area. Rams continue to push forward, trying to close the gap, trying to make this a one-goal game again. It's going to get through to the Batesville keeper as we've got 5:15 now to go in the first half. Batesville 3-1. Batesville scored the first 3 goals in about the first 22 minutes of the match. Paragould answered with a pretty goal by, I believe that was Griffin Osborne. We've got a whistle at about the 40-yard line. It's going to be a free kick for the Pioneers. Down to the Paragould end. Rams defend well. Now they get it to Osborne on the side. Makes a good move. Gets a return pass. Now this might lead to something, but Batesville defends. But I believe there's going to be a foul, and I believe Paragould is going to be set up with a free kick. So this will be a scoring opportunity for Paragould. As you can see, Paragould will put the ball down at about the 22-yard line, so about 30 yards from goal. Here's the kick, and it goes over the top of the goal. Three minutes and 15 seconds left here in the first half. Batesville still holding on to the 3-1 lead. Long kick into the deep corner. Paragould able to defend that pretty well, but I believe it's going to result in a corner. For the Pioneers. Kick into the middle, dangerous area for Pioneers, not able to get a good kick on goal there. Now it's Paragould the other direction now with a run out. Here's your opportunity on a fast break, if you will. Nice ball through. Oh, it just barely, boy, that ball was just a fraction from being a one-on-one opportunity with the goalie. As we are down to 2 minutes and 5 seconds left to play here in the first half. Paragould would love to steal a goal here at the end of the half and get back within one. And that ball is knocked out, so the Rams are going to have a throw in. Batesville kicks it back out to about the 30-yard line. Let's see if Paragould can make one more good push here. Nicely played here, and that was well defended by Batesville though in the area. As we move under a minute to play here in the first half. Batesville will have a throw in. And a foul called on Batesville, so Paragould will have a free kick. Now deep into the Batesville end. See if Paragould can make one more rush at a goal before the end of the half. Batesville able to get it out safely and down to about midfield. Batesville trying to make a late push here with 10 seconds left. And that may take us to the end of the first half. And it will. So we have played 40 minutes. And the Batesville Pioneers lead Paragould at Rams Stadium by the score of 3-1. So stay with us. We'll take a halftime break. Rejoin you prior to the start of the second half. So stay with us here on the Paragould Rams Sports Network. We'll rejoin you in about 10 minutes. Stay with us, everybody. And welcome back, everybody, to Ram Stadium on the campus of Paragould High School, where we are sorry about that, where we are just about ready to begin the second half. Again, our halftime score, Batesville 3, Paragould 1. Batesville scored the first 3 goals in the first 20 minutes of the first half. Paragould with a good answer. But Batesville has controlled most of the first half. Paragould did have some opportunities to score that were close, but Batesville was able to maintain a 3-1 lead. Again, both of these teams will be in the 5A state tournament next week at Hot Springs. Good run down the near side. Batesville doing a good job of pushing the ball into the Paragould end. Nice drop down. Scoring opportunity here. Deep in the Paragould end. Ball right in front. Dangerous play and a great save. As that was a beautifully played ball right into a dangerous scoring situation. Could easily have been a goal there for Batesville. But a good job by Paragould to make the save. So the Rams maintain or still trail by 2. Pioneers move it down the middle of the field. Nice drop down. Here's a dangerous opportunity once again for the Pioneers. But nicely defended there by Paragould on the back end, and that will be a throw-in for Batesville on the side. Actually, it's going to be a corner they're going to rule. So the corner kick again can be used as a scoring opportunity right in front of the goal. Pioneers with good spacing. Good run into the area. Dropped off harmlessly, so it'll be a goal kick now for Paragould. I'm going to take that back. I'm sorry, they're going to rule it a corner kick for Batesville. Pioneers back into the middle. And we've got a whistle. I believe we've got a foul on the Rams, which will be another free kick for Batesville. Right in front of the goal, and Lacion does a good job of getting his mitts on it. Quickly a long goal kick to the other direction. Paragould trying to put some pressure on this Batesville defense. I believe Batesville will have possession. Pioneers still lead. Well, no, it's going to be Paragould with a kick. Pioneers still lead 3-1. Ball into the middle area. Batesville takes control. Paragould with a good foot in there, but Batesville maintains control. We've played a little over 5 minutes now of the second half. There's been no scoring in the second half. Batesville still leads 3-1. Now the Pioneers push it down. Into the middle area. Nice move, dropped off inside. And Paragould knocks it away before any good shot attempt could be made. And Batesville's done a nice job of recovering possessions. That time, a nice defensive job by Paragould. Ball into the deep corner. See if the Rams can do something with this offensively. To the far side. Paragould with some good passing, but they've been unable to really get a shot off on the goal keeper. Now they do, and it's wide of the mark. So goal kick for Batesville. 32 minutes, 54 seconds left to play. Plenty of time. But the Rams do need to get that next goal with enough time to make a run here at the end. Good through ball. This is going to be a one-on-one situation. And Batesville just really could not get a foot down on it. Nice through ball. The Paragould goalkeeper will have a kick on it. Paragould with a throw in from the side. You know, I want to thank everybody for watching us on the Paragould Rams Sports Network this year. It's been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of good athletic events this year, from the start of football season and into girls volleyball and boys and girls basketball. A lot of excitement, and into the spring sports, boys baseball, girls softball, and boys and girls soccer. And it's been a lot of fun to watch our young people participate in these activities. And congratulations to our senior boys soccer team, who has achieved a state tournament berth. It's my understanding, I didn't get the specifics, but we've got some state champions on the track team today, and some that are still competing. So I think one of the relay teams was able to win the state competition today. There's a ball into the middle and handled well by the Paragould keeper. has a chance on the offensive end, quickly transition rather, and Batesville defends that well. So inside 30 minutes to play. Pretty good defense here by Paragould. Good contest on both sides for the soccer ball. Good contest in the deep corner. Got a whistle. Free kick to Batesville. Now ball deep into the Batesville area. Batesville we've got a whistle down on that. So it's going to be a free kick, I believe, for Batesville. Again, congratulations to the Paragould Lady Rams who won the final home game this evening, defeating Batesville by the score of 7-4. Came back from a 2-goal deficit 2 different times. So a nice way to end the season for the Lady Rams here at home. Couple of substitutions now coming on the pitch, the artificial pitch, we should say. Again, I don't want to say that this game doesn't have importance because they all do, but in terms of seeding for the state tournament next week, it really is not going to matter as Paragould's locked in as the 4 seed, and I believe Batesville's the 3 seed. They're certainly one of the top 3 teams. I think Valley View and Searcy. Were there, and you know, the kids have done a really good job this year against good quality competition of continuing to battle. It's a really solid Batesville team. Who came in here this afternoon and really got off to a good start. I think they really did outplay us for that first 20 minutes, which they built a 3-0 lead. And I think we've kind of found our footing a little bit as we've gotten 1 goal. Had some opportunities, but been unable to crack the Batesville defense so far here in the second half. Batesville now with a shot on goal that Lazion is there for on the far post. Long goal kick back to the Batesville end. Nice ball down to the deep Paragould end. Kept in play. Good skills, and then attempted to get it back into the middle, and Paragould knocks it out, so that'll be probably a corner kick for the Pioneers as we move under 25 minutes left to play in the match. Ooh, dangerous play there, and a shot on goal for Batesville, and they take advantage of the corner kick, and they now take a 4-1 lead with 24 minutes left to play. And that's a couple of times they've taken advantage of the corner kick. And the Rams now find themselves down 4-1 with 24 minutes left in the match. Again, we've got a graduation Monday night from Convocation Center down in Arkansas State. Congratulations to all of our seniors. Another ball into the middle. Batesville continuing to put some pressure on the Paragould defense. One thing I'm very impressed with is the Batesville conditioning. That kick goes out the back end. We've under 23 minutes left to play in the match. And it's really been controlled by Batesville from the get-go. So the Pioneers put 3 goals up in about the first 20-21 minutes. The first half, Paragould has answered with 1 goal, but Batesville with the only goal here in the second half just a few minutes ago. That's going to be a foul on the Pioneers, so Paragould will have a free kick there at about the 30-yard line. Nice kick down into the area, an opportunity there, well headed out by the Pioneers. Throw in for Paragould. Got another whistle. So now throw in for Batesville. Again, good defense for Paragould. Or excuse me, by Batesville there. And let's see, we've got a whistle. And let's see what the call is. Is this going to be a penalty? There's a discussion going on with the referee. I'm not really sure. looks like it is going to be a penalty kick, and so I'm not sure what the infraction was, but Paragould is going to have a penalty kick at the 21-minute mark left here in the second half. And it's a goal. So Griffin Osborne knocks it through there. Again, I'm not really sure what created the penalty, but it's good to see Griffin step right up there and knock that penalty kick right in, and that closes the gap to 2 at 4-2. Still 21 minutes to play. The Rams could find the back of the net another time here. Might make things interesting in this final 20 minutes. So both teams now with a goal here in the second half. We've got a whistle. I believe this is going to be another free kick opportunity for Batesville, and this will be in a dangerous situation. I think you can sort of see they'd like to get that goal back that they just gave up via the penalty kick. And this is a dangerous goal scoring opportunity here. And nicely played by Liaison. Four to 2. We're inside 20 minutes left to play in the match. Ball knocked back to the Batesville keeper. Again, the Rams will play next week. I'm not sure the exact day. Take a look at the Paragould Facebook and Twitter pages for the actual game time and date next week at Hot Springs Lakeside. Lakeside will be the number 1 seed out of the other conference, and they will be playing at home. So the Rams know that they'll have nothing to lose and go down there and give it their best shot. Long kick back into the Paragould end. And Paragould keeper there for the Rams. Ball knocked that way. Again, I'd like to say a word of thanks to all of the Paragould High School athletic coaches that have had a chance to work with this year. It's been a lot of fun. Certainly appreciate all their help, and we've had an enjoyable time. Certainly the coaches' shows are very enjoyable to do, and we've had a really good response on doing those, and it's a great opportunity to visit with our student athletes and give them a chance to talk to the Ram Nation, if you will, about their upcoming seasons. And this is our final, I believe, our final telecast of the school year here on the Paragould Ram Sports Network. And we will start our 5th season in August. It'll be here before you know it for another year of sports activities on the Paragould Rams Sports Network. Again, my thanks to Zach Kent, who works tirelessly at this and has done such a good job and spent so many hours of work to get us on the air. And I know that I think I can speak for a lot of the Paragould patrons and parents that we really appreciate what he does to allow this to happen. And thanks to Mike Chipman, our athletic director, and all of our Paragould administration, Dr. J, Matt McGowan, and all the crew over at Central Office. Nice run here by Paragould and a shot on goal. Ooh, almost a Paragould goal there. Good effort, and it took a diving save from the Batesville keeper to keep that out of the back of the net at the 16-12 mark. I think we've got a lot of things going in the right direction out here. We've got a competitive league that we play in, but looking forward to what I think ought to be a really exciting year next year. The football team was able to get 3 wins this year, won all our non-conference games. Got close in a couple of conference games. I know that they are going to be anxious to try to improve on that record this fall. Been working really hard in the off season. And new girls basketball coach has been hired for next year, and I think the boys are going to have an improved team. So a lot of good things happening. I think our girls volleyball team should be very, very competitive this fall. We got another whistle on the Paragould end. We're down inside 15 minutes now to play. Paragould has gotten a goal back, but still trails 4-2. To the Batesville Pioneers. And the Senior Lady Rams won earlier tonight, 7-4, in their season finale and home finale. And that's going to go out the back end. I believe that's going to be a corner kick for Batesville. Also want to mention Amy Glenn and all the work that she's done this year in helping to get me prepared and with rosters and everything when we can, and appreciate that. And we've got a contested ball into the middle here. Got another whistle. Rams will have a throw in. Still not out of this thing. 13 minutes, 40 seconds left, but the Rams are going to need to punch one across here to try to make a go of it late. Ball into the middle area. Dangerous play here. Batesville with an opportunity. Kick across the middle was well defended. That stops the immediate scoring threat, but Batesville will have a corner kick. Kick into the middle of the area. Peril again does a nice job defensively. 13 minutes, 40 seconds left, but the Rams are going to need to punch one across here to try to make a go of it late. 13 minutes, 40 seconds left, but Batesville will have a corner kick. Another corner for Batesville. Pioneers in no real hurry at this point, and no need for them to be up 4-2. Make a substitution. Comes the corner. Across the face of the goal. Headed away by Paragould. Good contest for the ball. And that is going to be, I believe, a goal kick now for the Rams. Paragould with a throw in. Nicely done down into the area, and it's just going to go out the back line. Good idea. It wasn't far off. Good goal kick for the Pioneers. See a lot of skill and athleticism for both teams. But again, I mentioned earlier that I thought one thing that was striking about Batesville was their conditioning, and they've got some really skilled kids. And we saw evidence of that on those goals, especially in the first half. Executed some situations very well, those corner kicks. Out the back end for Paragould. So it'll be a goal kick for the Rams. Lezione gets it out to about the 40 with a good kick. Nice run. It's a good example there of it. Nice ball through. Dangerous play into the middle, and goalkeeper makes a nice play for Paragould to end that threat. But we move under 9 minutes left to play, 8 minutes, 50 seconds. Rams still trail by 2, 4-2. Good run for Paragould here, but Batesville gets a foot in and defends and heads the other direction. Nice through ball, dangerous situation, but Lezione, is there for Paragould, and we've got another whistle on the field, on the pitch. I believe a free kick for Paragould at about the 25-yard line. Contested ball on the far side. I think that's going to be a Paragould throw in. Good play from Batesville to recapture into the middle area. Dangerous play here. Kick is not far off. The outside post missed it by a couple of yards. Paragould was there with a good stop anyway, but a pretty good attempt by the Pioneers. So it'll be a goal kick for Paragould. Rams with a nicely played ball down into the danger area. But Paragould centers it, and there's no one there, and Batesville clears, so it'll be a throw in for Paragould on the side. Inside 6.5 minutes left to play. Nice contest for Batesville as they win the ball. Paragould responds, and Batesville does have one defender in good shape back there, but Paragould had some space there, but unable to take advantage of it. Physical play out there on the far side. It's going to be a free kick for Batesville. Some more substitutions for both teams, especially on the Paragould side. So let's see if we can make one more push here in the last 5 minutes. Batesville continues to lead 4-2. They led 3-1 at the half. Scored the first 3 goals of the contest. Paragould has had some opportunities, but you can see why Batesville has had the success this year that they've had to date. And finishing in the top 3 in the 5A East. Pioneers make another good run. There's a attempted shot on goal and a dangerous play, and nice job of the Paragould keeper. So the Rams will have a goal kick. Pioneers win control here into the Paragould end of the field. Quick throw in by the Pioneers. Two and a half minutes left. I believe that's going to be a foul. Pioneers. So Paragould will have a free kick from their own 30. Two minutes to play in the regular season, and this is the home finale for Paragould in soccer this year. Rams have had some really good wins this year. And accomplished enough to make the state tournament. And I know that they really want to go to Hot Springs next week and make a really good showing. Obviously, we're playing a solid team in the home team of Hot Springs Lakeside, but Coach Elson will have the kids ready, and they'll go down there and give it their best shot. As we're inside a minute to play now. Nice run into the area there by the Pioneers. Down to the final 30 seconds. Batesville's going to win tonight. Like I said, it's not going to affect seeding next week. And I know the Paragould coaches will look at the film and try to make some adjustments and study and try to get ready for Hot Springs Lakeside. And that is going to be the final horn. And that'll bring the soccer game to an end, and the Pioneers win tonight's contest against our Paragould Rams by the score of 4-2. Again, both teams advance to the state tournament next week in Hot Springs. And we want to wish our kids the very best as they make the trip down there. Again, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank everybody that's made the YouTubes possible for us on the Paragould Rams Sports Network this year. It's been a lot of fun. Appreciate all of our high school students that have helped throughout the season in various sports. And I know that we look forward to even a bigger and better year next year in year 5. And we'll try to work out a few kinks and maybe add a few things to our telecast for next school year. But again, congratulations to all of our seniors, to all of our student athletes, and all the Paragould High School seniors that graduate next Monday night. Again, thanks to our administration and all of our coaches. And once again, we will let you know that tonight's final score was Batesville 4 and Paragould 2. Paragould won the senior girls contest by the final of 7-4. So we will talk to you down the road. Hope everybody has an enjoyable rest of the week. And again, thank you from everybody here on the Paragould Rams Sports Network. We'll talk to you again soon. Good night, everybody.